including power line emissions, auto fuel standards, and on clean water. North Carolina's Attorney General is investigating the Postmaster General for alleged campaign contribution fraud. On MSNBC, Josh Stein said a person making a contribution and being reimbursed by an individual or organization is a violation of the law. Stein explained if the allegations surrounding Louis DeJoy are true, there would be serious consequences.
For a corporation to reimburse an employee for a political contribution would be a felony in North Carolina. And for felonies, there are no statute of limitations.
Last month, while testifying before Congress, DeJoy denied reimbursing employees for campaign contributions. President Trump has said he supports an investigation. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows says the Trump administration is working intensively with Senate Republicans to speed approval of a scaled-down stimulus that could form a foundation for aid to the economy. Democrats have pressed for a comprehensive package of $2.2 trillion. They've scaled that back. Senate Republicans are working on a $500 billion bill. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nance, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Massar here with you. Reunited here on Labor Day Tuesday. Tesla.
It's Tuesday Lemon.
Yeah. It is Tuesday Lemon, and it's a lemon of a day for Tesla. Yikes.
Yeah, stock's down almost 20%. I mean, mind you, don't cry for me, Argentina, Tesla. It's up still more than 300% this year, so It's had quite a run. But I find this very interesting. You know, there are problems, and the company, this is one that has dealt with a ton of problems, whether it's production problems, concerns about governance, concerns about Elon Musk, and yet it continues to, kind of surprise, everybody. And yet this one I think is a big deal potentially, and this has to do with a couple of different things going on. But I think the big one is GM saying it's going to take a $2 billion equity stake in Nikola Corporation, partner with the truck maker to engineer and manufacture its Badger pickup. But I mean, we're talking about EVs.
Yeah. Well, and what's funny is if you go on the Bloomberg and just look at Tesla news, they do the top ranked news, and you really see this, like, I hate to use this cliche, sort of perfect storm. It's like 5 billion share sale. That actually was well timed, but Tesla shares dropped 10% after getting cold shoulder from S&P, and then GM and Nikola are a match made in Tesla hell. That's Brooke Sutherland's column headline, which is true. I mean, look. And we had Ross Gerber joined us last week. He says hello. And, I mean, he's still a bull, full-on Tesla, and as are a lot of people. Our buddy Kathy Wood is as well. And yet, I think even the bulls, and we saw one of their big shareholders, this was what triggered some of the selling last week. Bailey Gifford sold down its position because it had gotten to be so big. And it's gotten really expensive.
Well, and I think, the longer term story is the increased competition of the EV world from some of the established makers or even some other upstarts, and what that ultimately means to Tesla's outcome. And I think this is what that's about a lot. This is
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. 4-week low for the U.S. stock market in the latest tech rout. The sell-off picking up speed as investors dump the high flyers that fueled the historic 5-month rally from pandemic lows. Here's where we stand. S&P 500 index down 85, down 2.5%. Dow Industrials now lower by 560 points, down 2%. At the worst level of the session, the Dow had been down 668. Right now, NASDAQ is down 448, a drop of 4%. The NASDAQ 100 index is down 4.7%. 10-year yield 0.68%. Gold little change, down 33 cents the ounce, 19.33 on an ounce of gold. West Texas Intermediate crude down 7.1%, 36.96 a barrel. After the bell, we'll be getting earnings from Slack Technologies, ticker WORK, WORK. They're down now by up by 1.8%. Slack is pushing higher. Lululemon reports after the bell. Shares now lower by 2.8%. Recapping a tech sell-off. S&P down 85, drop now of 2.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
Drive her away, take a break. We can reach our destination.
This is the Drive to the Close
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
on Bloomberg Radio.
And it is time for the drive to the close. Delighted to have back with us Randy Watts, Chief Investment Strategist for O'Neill Global Advisors, joining us on the phone. And Randy, really nice to have you with us. I feel like the last time you were here, Carol might not have been here, so it's good for the three of us to be together and knock around what's going on in the markets. It's been sort of an ugly trade, but underneath all of this is something that I think is, I can speak for my co-host, is fascinating to both of us, which is elections. It is really, really heating up. Less than 60 days to go. And through the lens that you so smartly look at the markets, what does it look like?
Well, a couple of things. First, thanks for having me back on, and I hope everybody's well and healthy in New York. Let me just say that. In terms of the election, a couple of things. Markets and investors don't like uncertainty. When you have a presidential election, normally the U.S. market does sell off in September and October ahead of the election and then starts to rally once the election's done in November and December. Now, this time around, I think there's an added fear, as I wrote about recently, that there's a very good chance we're not going to know who the president is the morning after the election because the number of mail-in ballots is going to be so high and it's going to take a while to count those. And I think that added level of uncertainty is really giving the markets a reason to sell off here. I think the markets were extended both from a technical and evaluation standpoint, so they were looking for a reason to correct. It's following normal historical seasonal patterns, but maybe with a little bit more oomph this time around because of that fear that, the day after the election may not really be over.
Yeah, listen, I think, first of all, thank you. We are doing okay, Randy, and I hope you and yours are as well. As much as we all report about the possibility that we won't have an election outcome on election night, I think the reality of it is going to be a bit of a shocker.
Absolutely, and you just don't know, is it going to be a thing where they figure it out in a couple of days? Is it going to be weeks? Is it going to be worse than that? I think the mail-in votes will be higher than it's ever been before in the history of this country. And so that's going to cause just some physical issues with states, counting more ballots than they've had to count before by mail.
And so in the meantime, what do you do as an investor sort of armed with that information, and especially looking at a market that is very tech heavy, and certainly we've been reminded of that over the past few days? How do you plow ahead, or do you just kind of chill for a bit until we get through this, even if it takes a little longer than November 3rd or 4th?
Well, I think the first is we want to put a couple of things in perspective. The market's had a huge move from that March low. NASDAQ is still, even after today's actions, up 21% year to date. Right now, NASDAQ is sitting right at its 50-day moving average. We'd really like to see these levels right around here hold because, it's still extended from a longer-term perspective from its 200-day. It's still 15% above that 200-day. Next, NASDAQ's now down about 10, 11% from the high. That is actually a very normal, generic corrective action for a market that's had a big move. So nothing really unusual has happened yet. But again, we would like to see these levels hold. If we bust through this decisively, I think we could be heading a little bit lower in the short term. And one of the reasons for that is that the breadth on the market has not been that great. Right now, only about 38% of NASDAQ is trading above its 50-day moving average. We know it's been a narrow market. And now I think a little bit of the air is coming out. I do think longer term, though, this is healthy action because I continue to think, given what the Fed is doing with liquidity and given where 10-year bond yields are, right now they're at 68 basis points, I still think, to quote Margaret Thatcher, Tina, stocks are the only game in town. There is no alternative.
Yeah, right. I mean, as long as the Fed stays where it is. I do wonder, Randy, too, what has you scratching your head when you look at this environment? What says to you, listen, we've seen this before. Maybe some of the particulars are different, but, we'll get through this.
I think the thing that's most unusual is the way people are so convinced that earnings next year are going to be gangbusters. If you look on Bloomberg right now, people are using about $162 for the S&P next year. That's about a 24% increase from where they think they're going to be this year. Mm-hmm. So the market has sort of baked in very aggressive both revenue and earnings assumptions for the S&P next year. Now, the S&P is trading at about 20 times that out-year number, which is not unreasonable given where interest rates are. But I do worry that those earnings estimates for next year could be optimistic.
And what says to you, okay, I get this, I got this. We've seen difficult market cycles. I feel confident because of what's happened in the past, and we'll get through this.
I think two things. I think, as I said a second ago, relative to bonds, stocks look very attractive. Second, I continue to believe growth is the place to be. I know a lot of the growth leaders are selling off right now, but I think that's more of an opportunity than it is a signal to completely get out. I think growth stocks are going to be the leadership in the market over the next couple of years. And so my advice, to put it more bluntly, is yes, I would dial back a little bit of risk right now and be on the sidelines, but I'd be looking as we get closer to the election to get more involved with the market and maybe to buy some of these leaders people have missed.
Yeah, and if you look at some of the technical, especially even on, growth, which is taking, you understand maybe why they've been overbought, so why they're selling off a little bit. But nonetheless, even when they get overbought, sell off a little bit, they just then resume their move to the upside, Randy.
And I think the reason for that is these companies that we're talking about, companies like Apple, like Microsoft, they have great balance sheets. They're actually gaining market share in this environment. They're growing their revenues. They're growing their earnings. And I think that's a place you're going to want to be the next couple of years. So while I wouldn't want to dive in today, I'd be watching this market. And if it pulls back further in front of the election, I think that's more of an opportunity.
All right, Randy Watts, really good to catch up with you as always. Appreciate your insights. Randy Watts, Chief Investment Strategist for O'Neill Global Advisors, joining us on the phone from Washington.
Don't you think about this, though? Like, if we don't have an outcome, even though we talk about it, right? We have a lot of stories on the Bloomberg that are that it's a possibility. Like, if we get to the end of election night, it's going to be really weird.
It is going to be weird. Yeah,
right?
I mean, listen, even though, as we've been reminded, and we had a guest on from Vote America last week who reminded us, this is actually how elections work just about everywhere else.
I know, but not here.
But not here. But not here. Yeah, fair. But, you know what else isn't working the way it used to work? Anything. It's 2020.
All right, I got it.
We got the close. It's coming up next. It's Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Steep losses for the U.S. stock market. NASDAQ closes at the lows of the day. S&P very close to it as the numbers settle here. Folks from Globin, by the way, ringing that closing bell as we await the latest numbers out of Lululemon and Slack Technologies. It was a down day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. The sell-off picking up speed in tech shares as investors fled high flyers, which fueled the historic 5-month rally from pandemic lows. Oil plunged, treasuries rose with the dollar. Here are your numbers. S&P down 95 points, a drop there of 2.8%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average close to session lows, down 631, a drop of 2.2%. At the worst level, the Dow had been down 668 points, a drop there of 2.4%. NASDAQ lows of the day, down 465 points. For NASDAQ, that was a drop today of 4.1%. 10-year up 10/30 seconds with a yield of 0.68%. Gold, little change, down $1.32 an ounce at $19.32. Crude down 7.1%. Crude oil, $36.95 a barrel. Randy Watts is Chief Investment Strategist at O'Neill Global Advisors. Moments ago, right here on Bloomberg Business Week, he told us markets hate uncertainty, especially surrounding the election and election day.
And I think that added level of uncertainty is really giving the markets a reason to sell off here. I think the markets were extended both from a technical and evaluation standpoint, so they were looking for a reason to correct. It's following normal historical seasonal patterns, but maybe with a little bit more oomph this time around because of that fear that, the day after the election may not really be over.
And Tesla shares plummeted 21% today. That is the worst one-day loss on record for shares of Tesla. Tesla sold off after the EV maker missed out on being included in the S&P 500 index. So again, recapping here, steep losses again for U.S. stocks, S&P down 2.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Whoa, yeah, what I say.
Your next move will be your last.
Nobody move a muscle.
Damn, Stiffy, you got some moves.
And I'm moving from town to town.
Time is money. Let's go. Come on, move it.
Shake it up. Shake it up.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and Shakers with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, folks, as Jason reminded me, I was on vacation, but we continue to see selling third day in a row, certainly when it came to the equity trade. And yet the NASDAQ, Charlie mentioning, NASDAQ 100 sinks for the third day, now 11% below its September 2nd close. S&P 500 index down 2.8%, its lowest since August 5th. So a lot of superlatives on this Tuesday. If I take a look at the major industry groups in the S&P 500, all are down on the day. So broad-based selling, but bottom of the pack, communication services. So some of those high flyers that we've seen all year, that was down about 2.5%. Energy was down 3.6%. Information technology, again, some of those big tech names that have been on quite a run, they were down 4.6% as a pack. But let's not forget, Jason, perspective. If you take a look at how much they've bounced from the lows, they are still up strongly for the year.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and they have been driving this ahead. We know that to be true. I go all the way back to the start of the show, and Gina Martin Adams essentially saying, listen, folks, this was going to happen. Like, it was really just a matter of when, and we really needed it to happen. And she was saying that she and her team were seeing the signals of this overbought status, I guess, is the way to position.
Well, those technical indicators, right, have been saying overbought for a while.
Yeah.
But even as we continue to take out record after record, I mean, at some point you kind of take a breather a little bit. Big picture, S&P 500, 51 names higher on the day, 454 lower, and one of those gaining some ground, GM.
Yeah, GM, big deal that they did with Nikola, I believe is how you pronounce it. It's
like
not
Nikola Tesla, right?
Yeah, exactly. Not like Nikola.
Although every time I say it, I'm like, okay, it's
I did it too. I just need a cough drop. In any case, that's a big deal. And listen, I think when you talk to people about what's going on in the EV world, there is starting to be this sense of like, I know we've been waiting for a while, but there really are some alternatives coming to Tesla, and they have been living in a world that they have largely owned. I think about Peloton sort of in the same way. Like, if there are real alternatives coming, which maybe there are, maybe there aren't, it all remains to be seen, but that will put pressure on this stock.
Well, kudos to Mary Barra too, because what was it, a year or two ago, that where she got rid of old brands, like some mega changes that people were like, what are you doing? But she was like, what's the company that we need to be in the future? And this is part of that stake.
All right, let's hit some Lululemon numbers if we can. Second quarter net revenue coming in at $902.9 million. That's a beat. The estimate was for $844.1 million. Second quarter adjusted EPS coming in at 74 cents, also a beat, pretty big beat. The estimate there was for 56 cents a share. So that top line number, that's getting the red sticky head on the Bloomberg, 902 versus 844 estimates. And let's see what the stock is doing. It is up.
Yeah, it's bouncing around.
A touch.
Up about 1.8%. It was up about 2%, so it is definitely bouncing around here. And the stock, I'm just taking a quick check on what we've seen in Lululemon throughout the year. I mean, it's up 51% this year. So, investors are probably expecting a lot out of this. Forward-looking PE of about 79 here. So
go find me another retailer that's up 51% for this
Listen, that second quarter, that revenue number,
I know.
that's impressive. Listen,
it's not just your leggings.
No, it's not just my legging. They are not, though, providing detailed guidance for fiscal 2020. So we're still seeing companies, because I do wonder when companies start to say we have some visibility.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. So we're going to keep an eye on Lulu and how it performs, or as Charlie Pell would say, Lululemon. We're going to get into that with one of our BI experts later on.
Let's do the volatility index. The VIX, actually, no surprise to see it bump up about 3% as we saw stocks selling off again, closing at 31.71. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the doors, Dave! Who? Dave!
Hey, Mr. Wilson!
All right, Mr. Wilson, you rightly point out that Amazon, yes, that is a retailer that has been up. You're right, because everybody's buying everything from Amazon. And L Brands, too, although I would argue that L Brands is off of a very, very low, tortured base, right?
Right. I mean, by comparison, for sure. But let's talk about Camping World Holdings. That's the stock of the day, after all. It's a retailer of recreational vehicles, RV parts and service, along with outdoor equipment. The company's led by Chairman and CEO Marcus Lemonis, who also hosts a CNBC reality television series called The Prophet. Camping World was founded in 1966 and went public in 2016. The ticker is CWH. The shares peaked in December 2017 and plummeted as much as 93% through March of this year when they set a record low. Camping World has since recouped most of the loss thanks to a surge in RV demand amid the coronavirus pandemic. In August, the company reported second quarter earnings and sales that were far above analyst average estimates in Bloomberg survey. While Camping World's shares have pulled back lately, they rebounded today after J.P. Morgan turned more positive. The firm raised its rating to the equivalent of buy from neutral based on indications that last quarter's RV sales momentum has carried into this quarter. They also raised estimates for the number of RVs sold and for an earnings gauge. Now, J.P. Morgan's call lifted Camping World as much as 15.5%. The shares closed with a gain of more than 10%.
See, and listen, this stock's been on quite a tear. I just wonder after we get through this, because this is what people are doing right now, right? They're camping, they're going to, parks and recreation, but, places where there's no people.
Yeah.
And so I get it, but I do wonder longer term, what the story is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Right.
All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Always appreciate it. We'll check in with you tomorrow for your insights, your chart, and your stock.
Can you do Nicola just one more time?
Yeah, Nicola. Listen, that is the best cough drop
I know. I love them.
Put those to use last
That's
week.
going to be with you all night.
Oh, absolutely.
Nicola.
All right, let's get to Ed Baxter now in San Francisco. We won't make him talk about cough drops. Hi.
Not unless they have lemon and menthol, but thank you. Reuters is just pushing this out, guys. Rochester's police chief has resigned amid a probe into the death of Daniel Prude, who officers pinned to the ground under a hood. So we'll get you more information on that. The battle lines around virus relief are hardening. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's plan of $1 trillion being called fraudulent by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She tells Bloomberg's David Weston exclusively the Republicans need to get it together and do something.
So they aren't even in agreement. They are in disarray. We have said we would come down. First, we came down $1 trillion. Then we came down and further and said we would meet them halfway.
She says since McConnell pushed what he calls the pause button, nothing has happened. As California continues to battle fire, energy, and COVID-19 crises, Governor Gavin Newsom says he's losing patience with climate change deniers.
I have no patience, and I say this lovingly, not as an ideologue, but as someone who prides himself on being open to argument, interested in evidence, but I quite literally have no patience for climate change deniers. It simply follows completely inconsistent, that point of view, with the reality on the ground, the facts.
So as for the fires, wind a major concern for the next 24 to 48 hours. Newsom says this is an historic year for fires, and he says that he will get answers as well about why the power supply has been so short. On COVID, he says progress now is being made. Global news 24 hours a day in San Francisco, smoky San Francisco. I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Ed, stay safe out there. We've been watching those fires with just an unbelievable amount of concern for our friends and neighbors out there on the West Coast, that's for sure. Meanwhile, I feel like the next thing for you and me to do now that you're back on vacation, let's get a SPAC going.
Let's do it. I mean,
literally everyone's doing it.
Right. It's like
everyone's
doing it. The locomotion. No, they're doing the SPAC craze. It's blank check companies, right? Everybody is out there. Why is it? What is it about this environment right now?
So the sense that I'm getting from talking to people is that it's easy to raise money, but also you want to do it relatively quickly, and there's a lot of stuff to buy. Candidly.
Okay, that makes sense. Because it was easy to raise money, I feel like, going into the pandemic, no?
It was.
There was a lot of money sloshing around.
Yeah, so there's still a lot of money sloshing around. It takes a long while to get something public. You want to seize on that interest, especially in the public markets. And I think there are a lot of people who are like, I kind of want to do something different. I used to run, in this case, MGM. So the former MGM CEO, we're talking about Jeff Murren. He is, as Jillian Tan and Chris Palmieri point out, preparing for his next act. He's teaming up with a couple of Morgan Stanley guys, Edward King and Daniel Fetters, and they're going to look for deals in online gaming, live events, and other entertainment-related businesses. The other thing I think, knowing just enough to be dangerous about this, is you raise the money, and then you can take your time to figure out when to buy the right thing, because if you're investing in live events, you probably want to do a little bit more due diligence right now to figure out, well, what does rapid testing look like? What's a realistic outlook for people getting back to concerts and whatnot?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. You really want to understand the environment. I just think it's kind of wild.
It's fascinating.
And I mean, you're right, though, Jason. It's an environment where there's going to be a fair amount of distressed assets, right, for the picking. And that's when we saw it after the financial crisis, where people made a ton of money by pursuing this kind of strategy. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 4-week low for the U.S. stock market, but let's begin with earnings after the bell. Keeping an eye on Slack shares. They are plunging 13% post-market. It did boost its full-year outlook after reporting better-than-expected second-quarter revenue. Billings fell short of analyst estimates. Again, Slack shares, they are lower now by about 13%. Lululemon reported net revenue for the second quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. However, shares of Lululemon down now by about 0.7%. Stock sank for a third day. The sell-off in technology shares picking up steam as investors fled the high flyers, who fueled a historic 5-month rally. At the worst level of the day, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 668 points, down 2.4%. It ended the day with a loss of 2.2%, close to session lows. The Dow dropped 632 points. S&P down 95, close to session lows, down 2.8%. NASDAQ did decline, falling at the low of the day, down by about 465 points, a drop of 4.1%. 10-year yield 0.68%, gold down 0.2%, $19.29 the ounce, and crude lower by 7.3%, $36.88 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Jason Kelly. Jason, I don't know if you remember, but we did a Bloomberg story earlier this year, and it talked about almost half of U.S. households 55 and older having nothing saved for retirement.
I know. Amazing.
Yeah.
I was blown away by that stat.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of remarkable, right? We talk about, we see the wealth that's been created in the stock market, but certainly hasn't been shared by everyone equally, that's for sure. One investment platform, though, that's hoping to improve that statistic is Beanstocks. It's an app designed to help millions of Americans begin saving and investing to build their own wealth. It was co-founded by Shark Tank investor Kevin O'Leary, and here with more is Connor O'Brien. He's the CEO at Beanstocks, and he joins us on the phone in Boston. Connor, great to have you here with Jason and myself.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit more about what you guys have been doing, because it was created a couple years ago, correct?
It was, although what we learned is people want help investing, and we rebuilt a brand new app that is for automated investing to help those 100 million people who have not yet started to invest. They don't know what stocks or ETFs they want to buy. So we built Beanstocks in a revised form to automate the process for them.
So how does it work?
Well, it works by downloading the app, putting in some personal information regarding income and risk levels and your investment goals, your short-term, your medium-term, and long-term goals. And then this connects your bank, and the system will then put the amount of money into a personalized portfolio that fits your profile. Every week you can add $100, $50, $200, whatever you want, and keep on growing your investment portfolio. The toughest thing for people is days like today. They don't know what to do, buy, sell, and the answer really is automate the process. Take the fear out of it. Let people, among these 100 million who are not yet investing, let them have the process run for them.
So give us an example. So someone who, signs on to your app, tell us what the process is involved, because part of, investing in the stock market, you can make some big mistakes. So how do you help those, that may not be familiar or have never invested? If you invest in a mutual fund, right, you kind of share or spread around the risk.
So with Beanstocks, it's actually spelled BEANSTOX. What it does for people is it invests their money in a diversified personal blend of ETFs, 8 or 10 ETFs in a typical portfolio, so exchange-traded funds. They get their investments diversified across hundreds of stocks instead of just one. And we have an investment process that's different than you would find elsewhere. We do emphasize equities more than fixed income. We emphasize growth and dividend growth equities because we find that that's the best way to build long-term wealth.
All right, so the inevitable comparison that people are going to make in terms of the retail side investor is Robinhood. A lot of attention been paid there. Help us understand the difference between what they're doing and what you're doing.
Yeah, very, very right on target question. Robinhood basically is set up for people who want to make their own investments. They'll pick and choose their own stocks, when to buy, when to sell, whether they want to use margin. Beanstocks does this for people, and it does it in a very diversified, conservative way and helps them set up a discipline of investing a set amount in their goals every week, or every month. It's not for trading. It's for long-term investing.
So one of the things that we, I think, have all been struggling with, candidly, as we have sort of lived through the pandemic of this horrible coronavirus, but also the realization of some pretty gross inequalities and a reckoning of those gross inequalities, is that so much of what we have right now, especially when it comes to racial inequality, is a wealth gap, Connor. And I do wonder what you make of that, and whether this is the sort of solution that we need to essentially start to close that a little bit.
We agree that is a problem, this wealth gap. We need to help people begin investing. People are taught in school all kinds of things, and my friend and business partner O'Leary says teach them everything to sex education, but not investing. And there's actually a big difference between saving and investing. You know that. Saving to get 0 to 1% in the bank. Investing over the multiple-year time frame can earn you 6, 8, 10%. That's the way to build wealth. So now we make it easy for people to start with $100, add what they want per week. In the old days, you needed hundreds of thousands of dollars to go and attract the services of an advisor. Now with technology, we can bring this same type of service to much smaller investors, help them get started.
Are there any fees involved? Just quickly, just got about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, simple $5 a month flat fee. You can invest a little bit of money, a lot of money. It's $5 a month.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate the time. Connor O'Brien, CEO of Beanstocks, joining us on the phone from Boston, Carol. And, we're going to talk a little bit more about sort of the inequality, the wealth gap coming up later on in the show, in the next hour, actually, as we think about some of kind of what different entrepreneurs or how they're attacking that, their own experience, because it's at the core. I feel like if I take one thing as we sort of transition to fall, one thing out of this summer, it really is around that inequality, it is both simple and complicated. And I do think that wealth piece, we learned about it, I think, in a pretty profound way early on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if we want to make some real changes, that's what it's about, right? This is what the whole idea of when you kind of came to this country initially, you could create wealth for your family.
Right.
And so as we've seen the statistics play out, that's not been the case. Certainly, we haven't seen that.
All right. For those of you listening in New York and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues right here. If you're listening on Bloomberg 99.1 in D.C., Sound On with Kevin Cirilli is next. But up next with us, we're going to be talking about Lululemon. They've got earnings, and the market can't quite figure out what it thinks. We'll break it down. It's Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, going to talk a little Lulu. They came out with earnings. Investors, they're like, not so sure. You guys have been doing great, but maybe we wanted even better. So we'll break that down with Poonam Goyal coming up in just a second.
It's a bit of a tough marketplace out there today, and as it has been for the last few days, as you reminded me. All right, we're going to talk Lululemon in just a moment. Let's get back, though, to your top business stories, including, how do you say it, Charlie Pellet?
I'm not sure.
Come on, Lululemon.
Oh, Lululemon. I know, but you know what? I try not to say too much because it can get real annoying real fast.
No, it's actually endearing.
But once in a while, I get pumped up.
They all wear Lululemon in Funky Town, Charlie.
Exactly.
Do you wear Lululemon?
Yeah. Do I look like a yoga guy? But the answer is no, I don't wear Lululemon. Let's get right to the report because here's what's going on. I got a lot of news after the closing bell. Snowflake plans to raise as much as $2.38 billion in an initial public offering that could give the cloud data platform a valuation almost twice the net in its last private funding round. The San Mateo-based company says it will market 28 million shares for $75 to $85 apiece. Lululemon Athletica reported a surge in its e-commerce business. There we go, as quarantined consumers flock to comfy apparel like yoga pants. CEO Calvin McDonald says he is, quote, cautiously optimistic about the second half of the year. We'll have more on Lululemon Athletica coming up in just a moment with our Poonam Goyal. Slack Technologies, keeping an eye on that after hours, plunging 16%. Slack reporting quarterly billings that did fall short of analyst estimates. Again, the shares down now by about 16%. Conference call gets underway 27 minutes from now. Stocks lower for a third day. A sell-off in tech shares picking up steam as investors fled the high flyers who ruled a historic 5-month rally. As for the economic backdrop and markets, Subhadra Rajap is head of U.S. rate strategy at Societe Generale.
Broadly speaking, I think the data, in July and August has been sort of plateauing. You saw this sort of sharp move higher in the data in May and June. So, the market's extraordinarily cautious given the rise in the infection rates. And the fact that we haven't gotten enough fiscal stimulus is also keeping the market somewhat range-bound.
Apple says it will be holding an online event September 15th where the company is expected to unveil its latest Apple Watch. Shares of Apple today among a lot of the tech names that plunged. We had Apple down today by 6.7%. Recapping, equities lower with the S&P down 95, a drop of 2.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I don't think I've ever seen Charlie in anything but a suit. Charlie Pellet, have you ever worn? I think I've only seen you in suits.
That is correct. You know why?
What?
This is one of the things that I really hate about working from home. I'm sitting here in shorts and a ratty shirt that I save for weekends, I like wearing a shirt to the office, and it is so depressing. I was walking around Manhattan this weekend, safely, yes, social distancing with a mask, but the number of retailers in general, the number of men's retailers in specific, Brooks Brothers closing branches in the neighborhood. And I like Brooks Brothers suits. What can I tell you?
I know. Well, I do like Lululemon, I have to say. I own some Lulu. And Poonam Goyal is joining us, senior U.S. retail analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, to help us make sense of this report. So, Poonam, a beat on the top line, a beat on the bottom line. Investors trading the stock down a bit in the aftermarket. What did you see? What do we take away from this report from Lulu?
Sure. The report overall was actually very good across all fronts. The digital sales increase of 157% in local currency was impressive, given that it came despite stores reopening in the quarter. 97% of their stores are now open. Outside of that, their gross margins only fell 80 basis points. So we think, overall the report was very good, both on revenue and margins. I think investors are maybe just thinking, where do we go from here, right? So the Lululemon stock, as well as its results, have really they've outpaced most of the retail that I cover, if not even all of it. So I think it's just a question of where can they go from here? How big can this company get? Can they keep growing at the rate at which they're growing?
Well, and I guess when you've got a CEO who comes out and says, listen, we're cautiously optimistic about the second half of the year, not necessarily putting any numbers to it, but cautious, right? Like as an investor, you're like, well, wait, what does that mean? Like it could go, I guess, a couple different places, Poonam.
It definitely can, but, that's something that I would actually want to hear, because you don't want them to plan the business or the digital business even, let's say, up 100%, or the store business up 5% or 10% or 15%, because in the event, if it doesn't work out to be the way that, they planned it to be and they were aggressive in their planning, it would create an inventory bottleneck. And that's something in retail that you never want to see. So you always want to see retailers plan conservatively and then chase the business,
right?
Which we've seen Lululemon be able to do. So I wouldn't be too, I wouldn't hone in too much on that. I think it's a good strategy.
Longer term strategy, they bought Mirror, which is very interesting to sort of see them get into that business, getting a little more experiential, trying to, I guess, sort of deepen the relationship, come up with a new product line. Where else does this business go, or is it an expanding market? Are there more sort of candidly like Jasons and Carols out there who are going to continue to, work from home and sort of get into this athleisure bit, or where's the real growth here?
Yeah, so if you think about Lululemon, it's a $4 billion business on the top line, right? So let's just put that in perspective for a moment. $4 billion, Nike closer to $40 billion.
Yeah.
So where's the opportunity? And a lot of people ask that question, and really they're still small. They're very small, so they have the potential to grow. And it's not just across yoga wear, which is where the bulk of their business is today in terms of athleisure. They've highlighted opportunities both in men's, which is a big business for growth for them, as well as internationally. Digitally, we're getting there. And then also an area that we don't talk about much is their personal care space, which is a big opportunity for them that they've only just tapped their feet into.
Right.
That's right. They're a almost $46 billion market cap, though, company with $4 billion in revenues. Does that seem right to you, Poonam?
I think that's a stock question, right? So it's really, where's the potential? Can this $4 billion company grow to be an $8 or a $10 billion company over the next decade or two? And I think, once you start to put that in perspective, you'll have to line up the numbers. But where there's growth is where people should be investing, because in retail, quite frankly, especially U.S. retail, you're not going to see the level of growth that you've seen at Lululemon in many places.
Right. All right. Poonam Goyal, thank you so much. Senior U.S. retail analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us on the phone to talk Lulu. Carol?
I will say, too, you and I talk about it. Like, this is a brand with a very clear identity.
Totally.
You know exactly what you're going to get. If you walk into a store, you know what you're going to get probably when you go online. And I know they're moving into the self-care. I was just kind of looking on the website. I haven't really kind of played around with that with them yet. But I feel like it's a very clear, you know what you're getting. And I think I tend to believe that those are the retailers that do well.
Yeah, I also tend to think, and I know enough about this to be dangerous. I mean, the men's line, I think, has sort of stopped and started. Pandemic, I think, has not been bad for them in that regard, in the sense that you do have men saying, all right, well, if I'm living sort of a hybrid life between the office and home and the home office, maybe there's something there for me. All right, Ed Baxter, he's out in San Francisco. Maybe he's wearing some Lululemon pants. You don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know. So.
Oh, really?
That makes it simple. Thanks, Jason. President Donald Trump continues to tie COVID-19 vaccine to Election Day, and that is met today by Dr. Anthony Fauci, who says it's not impossible, but it's unlikely. And any virus must be effective and safe, or it will do more harm than good. And White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows tries to clarify.
We're in clinical 3 trials in a number of different, with a number of different vaccine manufacturers, and so you never know until those final trials come in.
Despite what the president says, ? Meanwhile, Joe Biden is launching a new push on economic issues as polls are showing voters are beginning to trust his approach more to manufacturing contraction more than Mr. Trump's. He's off to Michigan now. Opening day of school for many districts around the country in New Jersey.
388 schools are reopening with hybrid in-person and remote learning. 69 with all in-person learning. 238 are all remote until a certain date.
Governor Phil Murphy saying safety protocols are in place. He adds that with the return of some limited indoor dining, the good news is that there were very few reported cases of Say it all together, knucklehead behavior. Meanwhile, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says colleges with more than 100 COVID-19 cases may be forced to go back to remote learning. UK government is conceding it will break international law by attempting to rewrite the Brexit divorce deal. The government's leaders say it'll be very specific and in a limited way and sought to play it down. And Rochester's police chief has resigned with 2 of his deputies this afternoon. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Ed, thanks so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser. And JP Morgan, Michelle Davis, and Sridhar Natarajan, they have been busy today. JP
They
Morgan,
had no Labor Day weekend.
No. JP Morgan saying that it is probing the role of some employees who may have enabled misuse of COVID relief funds in what it calls potentially illegal activities. That's the lead of the story, one of the most read on the Bloomberg. You can check that out at Bloomberg.com or on the terminal. This is just bad, I have to say.
Well, I feel like I want to know more. So JP Morgan was the biggest lender in the Small Business Administration's PPP program, right? So that was basically giving a lifeline to businesses that were impacted severely from the pandemic shutdown. So what's interesting is, I guess JP Morgan's looking into the role that some employees who may have an enabled use of COVID relief funds in what it calls potentially illegal activities, as you said. So I feel like there's more to be learned here.
Yeah, and I mean, we've heard this. There was a watchdog report even back in June that basically said you were getting the money out so fast that it was vulnerable to fraud. The DOJ on the federal level, the U.S. Department of Justice, already pursuing scores of cases of alleged fraud.
Yeah.
And a congressional subcommittee found earlier this month that more than $1 billion in coronavirus relief went to U.S. small businesses that received multiple loans. So a lot of red flags.
Listen, I feel like when this was happening, I think we had a fair amount of conversations that said, we just got to get the money out and we're going to make some mistakes along the way.
Yeah.
But apparently Wall Street firms have been bringing back more of their workers back to offices in recent weeks because of concerns about faltering controls that may have been among the catalysts driving the push. So listen, and I feel like there's a lot of pressure from the government, a lot of pressure from media, a lot of pressure from business communities to just get the money out. And so I guess now you go back and you're like, okay, where do we screw up, basically?
Yeah, exactly. And, you sort of, because this probably won't be the last time, unfortunately, that we have to see this sort of relief. So check that out.
You hope it wasn't deliberate,
Yeah.
That's what we're worried about.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, continuing to keep an eye on shares of Slack Technologies, ticker WORK. 13 minutes from now, we will be getting the latest conference call out of Slack. Right now, the stock is down just about 16%. Slack falling on quarterly billings that missed analyst estimates. Also after hours, keeping an eye on Lululemon. It reported a surge in its e-commerce business as quarantine customers flock to comfy apparel like yoga pants. Shares, however, are trading lower. Lululemon Athletica down now by just about 4%. Another brutal day for the bulls. We had Tesla falling the most ever. Shares of Tesla lower today by 21%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining today. Ugly day again for a lot of tech companies. S&P was down 95 points, down 2.8%. NASDAQ 100 index down 4.8%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 4.1%, tumbling 465, ending the day at session lows. S&P down 2.8%. The Dow dropped 632, down 2.2%. 10-year yield 0.68%. Gold lower, little change, down less than 0.1%. 19.31 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 7.3%. 36.86 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Appreciate that update. So last week, Evercore, they noted that investors anticipating the sale of TikTok may have to wait a couple of more months and until after the presidential election. So we know, Jason, so far we've got Microsoft, Walmart jointly pursuing a deal for the company. So too is Oracle. They formed an alliance with some of TikTok's private equity investors. So there's a lot to unpack when it comes to the TikTok story, as we know. Let's get some thoughts on a possible sale. Lucas Asher is CEO of the global private equity firm Tower Equity. They've got investments in The Honest Company, Betterment, Hotel Tonight, Ripple, so much more. He joins us on the phone in Los Angeles. Lucas, great to have you here with us. First of all, how are you doing?
Hey, Carol, I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
Well, great to have you here. So talk to us a little bit about kind of the private equity environment right now. What are you seeing? What does it tell you about kind of the outlook of our world, the economy, the markets?
Well, it's a great time for private equity. It's a bad time, I believe, for jobs. It's a great time for private equity. There's a lot of consolidation right now in the sharing economy. We're seeing that with things like Airbnb. We're seeing the acquisitions happening. So there's a lot of M&A activity. And we're seeing the IPO outlook looking surprisingly favorable. Even with bearish macroeconomics, it's surprisingly good for private equity.
Yeah, it's interesting how that has all, been pretty resilient. As you go a level down, like where's the money really flowing, I guess? Are there things that you can glean into what's the most attractive?
So I think SaaS is the big winner here. SaaS stands for software as a service.
Yeah.
We're looking at companies like Zoom being worth north of $120 billion. I mean, something's happening here that's really unique. And SaaS, I believe, is still in its infancy. There was a great report about work from home potentially being even permanent with a lot of big tech. They're going to rely on tools that SaaS companies are making. What makes it interesting is there's no monopoly in SaaS because these services are being provided by companies and they're on a niche basis. Like look at Qualtrics selling to SAP for $8 billion out of Utah. So there's a lot of examples. Slack is another example. There's a lot of examples. Twilio is another great example. So this whole sector is something to watch.
Well, that's interesting too, Lucas, because I think we are trying to figure out, with the guests that we talk to from all different types of industries, all types of backgrounds, what sticks as a result of the pandemic and what do you think does stick? You talked about SaaS and more people working from home. So what else do you think are some of those big trends that stick around and really kind of impact and change the investment world going forward, where people are going to want to put their money because of these new trends?
Yeah, so I don't think people should be scared of Amazon. I think e-commerce and I think transactions are going to become decentralized, and Shopify is a great example of leading that theme if you look at this as thematic investing. I think, and you can also look at subsets of that like Square and a lot of other examples. I think that theme is going to continue to stick because people will be out of work and they're going to start transacting in the small business economy using these tools. Another theme, like I said, is communication that's secure. I mean, all these big offices have thousands of remote workforce now, and that's probably going to be a new normal even after a vaccine. And that would broadly fall under the category of SaaS as well. So I look at e-commerce becoming more decentralized as opposed to becoming centralized, meaning Amazon wins all. I don't believe Amazon's going to win all in this space. And I think there's going to be robust competition like with Shopify. And then I look at SaaS as being in its infantile phase. I think it'll get much larger.
So what do we take from this whole TikTok adventure? I mean, it has really been something to behold in many ways, Lucas. I don't recall, and I've been observing this market for a long time. You've been in the midst of it. A situation quite like this where there's rhetoric, there's national security, there's companies from sort of across the spectrum taking interest, there's, the blend, as you're very used to, of sort of commercial and financial sponsor interest. How do you unpack this?
Well, first of all, this is the biggest business story of the year. There's nothing bigger than this story. You're seeing brinksmanship from the government that we've never seen before as it pertains to, consumer application businesses, the government getting involved. I don't recall that ever happening. We're also seeing contenders that wouldn't look like contenders in a bygone era. I mean, the fact that you have the leading bidders are enterprise companies and they're going into a consumer application space, meaning they don't share any customers. That's like going into an unrelated business segment of the one you've currently had success in. It's the biggest story all year. And then it gets even more complicated because China's Ministry of Commerce just announced recently new restrictions on exports of artificial intelligence, of which I think TikTok has the best artificial intelligence. Their For You page is much better than Instagram. Hope Mark Zuckerberg heard that. It's much better. And now China's Ministry of Commerce is saying they can't export that.
Right.
So then what's it worth now? Because it's like selling a car. What if you went to go buy a Tesla and they said, oh, it doesn't come with the lithium-ion battery pack, though, and it doesn't come with autonomous software. What are you buying? It's just a shell on wheels, and that's what TikTok is.
So then what happens? How do you see this playing out potentially?
Nobody knows. I think Oracle is a bizarre bid. I don't understand Oracle in the race at all, other than obviously there are some political themes happening with Oracle, which I don't know I'm too qualified to comment on. But it seems bizarre that an enterprise software company like Oracle would be behind this, even though Sequoia was an early investor in Oracle. Walmart and Microsoft makes a lot of sense. But now with China coming out and saying they can't export the algorithm, what's it worth? Because they're putting a price tag on it somewhere around $30 billion, meaning if you got it for, north of $30 billion, you're paying too much probably. South of $20 billion, you're paying a good price. But then China all of a sudden pulls the rug out from under it and says you can't export the algorithm. So now what's it worth? You're buying the accounts, and those accounts are fickle. You guys remember Vine? Vine was actually shut down by Twitter. And then Twitter did like a straw man bid where they expressed interest in TikTok, but they already had a TikTok and they shut it down. It was called Vine.
Yeah.
So what are these accounts worth without the algorithm?
Yeah, no, huge questions, and we would love to keep in touch with you as this develops. Really, really enjoyed it. Lucas Asher, thank you so much, CEO of Tower Equity. He has invested in too many companies to name that you've heard of. He joined us on the phone from Los Angeles. Really appreciate that. I love that. I couldn't agree more. This is the business story of the year.
But he's right. But he's right. If you strip out where the value is, what everybody wants, then what are you left with?
Yeah,
right,
you're just left with like Henry Kelly and Alice Kelly, like doing some TikToks,
which is valuable,
which is cute.
In its own
but
way.
If you don't have the algos, it's just a lot of cuteness.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Jason Kelly. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Slack Technology shares plunging after hours. It reported quarterly billings that fell short of analyst estimates, signaling the software maker's dependence on small and mid-sized businesses that have been hurt by the coronavirus pandemic. Conference call getting underway right now. Slack, again, down by about 16%. Lululemon Athletica reported a surge in its e-commerce business as quarantined consumers flocked to comfy apparel like yoga pants. CEO Calvin McDonald says he is cautiously optimistic about the second half of the year. Shares after hours trading lower now by just about 5.5%. Stock sank for a third day. A sell-off in tech shares picking up steam as investors fled the high flyers who've fueled a historic 5-month rally. The NASDAQ Composite Index lower today by 465 points, down 4.1%. S&P down 95, lower by 2.8%. The Dow down 632, a drop of 2.2%. 10-year up 12.30 seconds at yield 0.67%. Gold flat right now, $19.32 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 7.4%, $36.84 a barrel. So a down day on Wall Street. As for the economic backdrop in terms of hospitality, including dining, Diane Swank is chief economist at Grant Thornton.
The problem is we're getting, the easy picking in terms of bringing people back to work has already occurred. Some more theaters opened. But as we get into the fall months, and if the virus is not contained, which it doesn't look like it is, and we get another second wave, that will be really hard for these restaurants and many of the stores and retailers that had opened to stay open.
And she was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. Brent crude below $49 a barrel, $39.87 today. Brent down 5.1%. Barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude plunged 7.4%, $36.84 on WTI. Among some of the big oil names, ExxonMobil lower today by 2.3%. BP down 1.9%. EOG Resources down 5.4%. Pioneer Natural lower today by 4.8%. Again, recapping here, equity lower across the board with the S&P down 95, down 2.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
So Jason and I have been really looking forward to this next hour. We've got two entrepreneurs where it's safe to say the odds were stacked against both. One is a minority, one is a woman. First up, though, we want to bring in Don Peebles. He's founder, chairman, and CEO of the Peebles Corporation. It's a privately held national real estate investment and development company, a multi-billion-dollar portfolio. They've got projects in New York, Philly, Boston, D.C., Miami, San Francisco, also L.A. He also served on the National Finance Committee of President Obama, and has really done a lot. He joins us on the phone in Coral Gables, Florida. Don, so nice to have you here with us. Welcome to Bloomberg Radio.
Thank you. Good to be here.
There's so many different places I know Jason and I want to go. I do want to start with, though, your vantage point in the real estate industry, one that has certainly felt the impact of the pandemic. We've had a lot of conversations about how real estate uses and demands may change as a result of the crisis. What is the impact from what you see, the longer term, maybe short-term and longer-term impacts?
Well, short-term impact, I think we're seeing it now. There's been more of an exodus out of the cities, and more so into the suburban markets. And then more people are relocating to places like Florida, for example, in preparation for the winter. But I think that you'll see a greater, stabilization as we get through this winter. I mean, the cities are not dead. New York City, while it's got limited occupancy right now in terms of office space, most restaurants are closed and other businesses are closed. So there is a short-term decline because tenants aren't able to pay their rent, and the office tenants who generate a lot of activity in the marketplace, the office workers, are not there either. But I think that's short-term. I do think that the pandemic has structurally changed how we will consume office space as we go forward. I think that companies around the country and around the globe, especially here in the U.S., are reevaluating how they deal with placing their employees, how much they're going to rely upon remote working, which is proven for the typical office workers to be much more effective than most companies thought. And so I think that will be a structural shift in the office use. Long term, I think that most retail has changed forever, but that was pre-pandemic.
Right.
Technology had disrupted retail considerably.
And so when you think about sort of the reorganization, the rethinking of offices, Don, what does that mean? Does the pricing change? Does the relationship between the owner and the tenant change? Does what gets developed change? I just wonder, sort of thinking through the mechanics and sort of playing that out, what it looks like.
Well, I think that, first of all, I think that the easy one is what gets developed definitely changes. What gets developed going forward will change in terms of how the office space will be configured going forward and how protocols will be put in place in terms of how people enter buildings, how we vet people entering the buildings in terms of health. And even once this pandemic is behind us, the new buildings will be better designed and better built to address a future potential pandemic as well. I think also the close proximity of co-working and how most companies were shifting towards open floor plans, I think that changes.
Isn't that kind of sorry to interrupt you, but isn't that kind of amazing? Because that really felt like something, and listen, you know us, I mean, you know Bloomberg, like we were all about the open. We still are to a large extent because nobody's really here. But I mean, that seemed like a trend that was just going into the future unabated in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, Bloomberg was very innovative when you all built your offices and on the east side in the old Alexander site.
Yeah.
What happened there is you all created almost a live and work environment to a degree, because you've got the open cafeteria, everything was open, even the waiting areas and so forth where visitors were open, and your studios were pretty visible and open as well. So I think that configuration is going to change to some degree, especially how people work at their desk. And also, I think gone is going to be the days, even with the law firms and the like, where each individual has their own office or their specific workspace. I think that will change, because you'll see a lot more remote working, and also those who travel to other locations will not need a fixed office. So I think the fixed office or fixed workspace will change. And I think also you'll see more collaborative spaces that have some form of social distancing potential, and for the immediate use, you'll see that in place now. I mean, but you can see that across the board. I happen to be, by the way, I'm not in Florida. I happen to be in Sag Harbor, but I was in Manhattan last week, and what you're seeing in office spaces that are being utilized is very few people are there. And I think that's going to take a lot of time for people to come back. And buildings are going to have to, and employers are going to have to tell people by action that it's safe to come back.
And forgive me, I did put you in Florida, and you are in Long Island. Well, we're going to do some news, Don, and then we're going to come back and continue, because I do wonder about the trends that you're saying, some of the changes. Is that true for a major city like New York, but other cities where there's more space, will they kind of continue business as usual? So maybe we'll get into that. And I also want to get into your affirmative development program that you've got at work going on, and just hear about kind of being, someone in this business environment right now where we're questioning inequalities and diversity or lack thereof.
Right.
So I want to see what Don has to say about that.
And he's done a lot of work in thinking around the wealth gap as well that we were talking about earlier, and I feel like we talk about a lot. So interested to see how that all plays through and where he goes from here, because it is a new world when it comes to how we live and work.
I have to say, I don't want to go back, though, into like an office kind of environment. I love the open space, but I do wonder the adaptations that you have to do to make sure that
where
it's
will
safe.
You stack your books?
Shush. I don't know. I might do some actually house cleaning.
Oh,
I know.
boy.
Shocker.
Let's get to Ed Baxter now in San Francisco. Hi, Ed.
Let up on her, Jason. Come on now. The command staff of the Rochester, New York Police Department is resigning during a city council meeting. The mayor said the chief was not asked to resign. This follows the death of a black man in police custody earlier this year. The mayor, when asked who was leading the department, said, "I don't know, and I need to go find that person." Battle lines around virus relief hardening. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's plan of $1 trillion is being called fraudulent by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She tells Bloomberg's David Weston exclusively the Republicans need to do something now.
So they aren't even in agreement. They are in disarray. We have said we would come down. First we came down $1 trillion. Then we came down and further and said we would meet them halfway.
Now, she says since McConnell pushed what he calls the pause button, nothing has happened. As California continues to battle fire, energy, and COVID-19 crises, Governor Gavin Newsom says he is losing patience with climate change deniers.
I say this lovingly, not as an ideologue, but as someone who prides himself on being open to argument, interested in evidence, but I quite literally have no patience for climate change deniers. It simply follows completely inconsistent, that point of view, with the reality on the ground.
Yeah, now wind is a major concern for the next 24 to 48 hours. Newsom says this is an historic year for fire, says he will get answers about why the power supply has been so short. On COVID, by the way, he says progress is being made. Global news 24 hours a day on air and a quick take by Bloomberg in San Francisco. I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Ed, thank you so much. So this was a really interesting story courtesy of Dow Jones that I think both you and I looked at this morning. Carol, it's about a Brooklyn startup putting a local spin on an online retail market. The company's clever tagline, Shop Brooklyn, not Bezos. And of course, they put a $sign in the S for Bezos. I mean, listen, I think a lot of people are struggling with this to a large extent because they're not sure. It reminds me of the debate around Walmart a few years ago, Carol, as to whether, you know, can you go to Walmart? Do they treat their suppliers well? Do they treat their employees well? Amazon has become a behemoth. And so I think about it, listen, I'm an Amazon customer. I'm an Amazon Prime customer. I needed like a new watch band for my Fitbit, and I went on Amazon. I was like, oh, cool. Prime, I'll be here in 2 days. Bing, bing, bing. $6. It's there. But I do worry about, I try and buy my books from the local bookseller instead of Amazon. Sorry.
Yeah, listen, I do think about this a lot because I like having local shopkeepers and local shops, and I'm very supportive. But I agree with you, Jason. I mean, I just listen to the conversations in our own household. It's like, I need such and such. I want to go. No, just buy it on Amazon because it'll be there tomorrow.
I sort of feel like you're the sort of person who likes to know the shopkeepers, that they come in and oh, cute.
Listen,
I haven't seen you. And this guy, I'm wearing a cute mask,
Well, and it's like really the wonderful back and forth where they go above and beyond for you or hold something for you or do something special, and you do too. And maybe I pay a little bit more, but I like supporting the small business community. I think it's good for communities at large.
Totally. Right? And they're your neighbors. And, I've talked about on this show many times, our local tavern, JP Doyle's. It's like, I like knowing Brian Doyle, and not just because he, pours me a nice beer every now and again. Just saying.
It's really that.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We're keeping an eye on shares of Slack Technologies, down 17.5% after our Slack reported quarterly billings that did fall short of analyst estimates, signaling the software maker's dependence on small and mid-sized businesses that have been hurt by the coronavirus pandemic. Again, Slack moving lower now by 17.5%. Lululemon Athletica reported a surge in its e-commerce business as quarantine consumers flocked to comfy apparel like yoga pants. Shares, however, of Lululemon down now by 6.5%. Turned out to be another down day on Wall Street, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ continuing their decline, stock sinking for a third day. A sell-off in tech shares picking up steam as investors head the high flyers that have fueled the 5-month rally. S&P 500 index declined 95 points, down 2.8%. The Dow down 632, down 2.2%. NASDAQ down 465, a drop of 4.1%. 10-year up 12.30 seconds, yield 0.67%. Gold at $19.32 the ounce, little changed. We've got West Texas Intermediate crude down 7.4%, lower by $2.93 a barrel. 36.84. Should point out Brent crude at $39.80, below $40 a barrel, down today by 5.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get back to our conversation with Don Peebles, Chairman and CEO of the Peebles Corporation, joining us on the phone from Long Island. So, Don, let's talk about the wealth gap, because it has been a subject that we have, I think, taken much more seriously, candidly, over the past couple months as we've really started to, I hope, embrace this reckoning that we're seeing around racial inequality. And being Bloomberg and Business Week, we follow the money, and the wealth gap is vast. I don't have to tell you. What do we do about it?
Well, I think we've got to widen the opportunity. I think that there's no, talent is distributed indiscriminately, and opportunity is distributed on a discriminatory basis. And I think that we've got to look at expanding access to capital, expanding opportunities in every industry across the board, and be mindful that we as business owners and entrepreneurs and CEOs have to take affirmative steps in providing fair access to career and economic opportunities to minorities and women, because both are severely underrepresented in every industry of any consequence in this country.
Don, our team here at Bloomberg did a story about Black Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, and how they had reached certainly success in their lives and, in terms of Silicon Valley, but they were even having trouble being able to support other minority-owned businesses at their own firms. We're finding it difficult to get others to get on board with them. And so I wonder, what's the trick here? How do we change this?
Well, I think that we have to, my industry is one that I think has an easy remedy to it. It's, the real estate development business is a low barrier to entry industry. You can start off from any perspective as an entrepreneur and go into real estate development. It doesn't require any kind of license or specialized skill. It requires some talent and access to capital. And the capital that funds real estate is mainly through private equity, and private equity's biggest investors are public employee pension systems. And so, for example, there's about $70 trillion in venture capital and private equity right now, and about 1.3% of that money is deployed to businesses owned or run by minorities and women combined. And yet, a significant portion of the contributors to the public pension systems, the workers whose money is being invested, are minorities and women. And so, if we can have fair access to that capital, and those investors tell the allocators of capital that they want to see their capital deployed in a more diverse manner, prudently, by the way, but in a more diverse manner. There is no shortage right now of capital in the marketplace. there's a shortage of where to deploy the capital. That's why we're seeing the market react the way it is. And so I think the other aspect that's important is people have to understand in order to bring equality, it's not about redistributing wealth, redistributing opportunities. It's just expanding it and expanding opportunities to create wealth.
And so, Don, how do those institutional investors, I agree with everything you're saying, and you're echoing something that John Rogers said on this program about the institutional investors and especially the public pension funds, which candidly, they've gotten religion about some other issues. You know, sometimes it's around gun control and other things where they've essentially said, look, I'm not going to invest in certain sectors, or I'm not going to invest in certain managers unless they meet these certain criteria. ESG has been an area, especially around the environment and climate, where they've done that. Why haven't they done this yet, in your estimation?
Well, I think that in part because they are misinterpreting their role as fiduciaries. I think that the idea to pick the most qualified, the best, and the least risky is that's the firm that's been around longest. And so if you're going to have an aversion to first, second, third time funds, then it's going to be very difficult for you to create an environment where there will be more minority and women managed funds. So they've got to be willing to make strategic, prudent investments utilizing a different criteria, one that doesn't favor the established firms. And by the way, it's just as hard for a white male who starts off with no family money to go into this space also. And so because the system favors the established larger firms. And so I think they've got to change how that capital is deployed by how they evaluate where they're going to deploy it with.
Right. Well, we could talk to you all day. This is fascinating. As you can tell, we are pretty into this topic, and I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I have said on this program and elsewhere that, you know, nobody at a public pension fund ever got fired for giving more money to Blackstone or KKR or Carlyle. I mean, it's just the system is built in a certain way, and it needs to be rethought. Don Peebles, thank you so much. Chairman and CEO of the People's Corporation, joining us on the phone from Long Island. Really thoughtful and constructive in many ways. And he's exactly right. The institutional money has to change.
Yeah, right. And, you know, that's where you start to see, you know, small changes become much more significant changes. And I think
money talks.
Well, and I think it goes hand in hand with this whole raised awareness of ESG, but ESG that also performs, right? And I think people are thinking more and more about it and committing more funds to it. Hopefully we'll get him back real soon. Don Peebles, great conversation. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, coming up, we're going to talk to an entrepreneur, new book out. I love the title, Supermaker.
Yeah,
I love the title of the book. I'm so excited about this conversation.
Yeah, crafting business on your own terms. Like, it's so cool. Listen, this next guest has just done some really remarkable things, and so we're going to talk to her about building her own business, selling it, and then helping others to do the same. So we'll get to that in just a moment. First up, though, back to your top business stories. A bunch of news after the closing bell. Here is once again Charlie Pell.
Thank you very much, Carol Messer. Indeed, lots of headlines. That's why you keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio. First of all, let's begin in the United Kingdom, where Prime Minister Boris Johnson has banned gatherings of more than 6 people to fight COVID-19. Johnson says police will have the power to break up gatherings and issue fines. AstraZeneca has put on hold a phase 3 study testing a COVID-19 vaccine. This according to reporting from STAT, which cites a company spokesperson. It says the trial was put on hold due to a suspected serious adverse reaction in a participant in the UK. Shares of AstraZeneca, the ADRs here in the U.S., down by 2%. Northrop Grumman has received a long-anticipated Air Force contract valued at $13.3 billion to proceed into full development of the U.S.'s next intercontinental ballistic missile. It was a down day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all selling off as the tech selling continues. S&P 500 index down 95, a drop today of 2.8%. The Dow down 632, a drop of 2.3%. NASDAQ down 465, a drop of 4.1%. 10-year yield 0.68%. Gold at $19.32 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 7.4%, $36.84 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. It is the big question on Wall Street, and that is, when will the bosses order employees back to their real offices? Billy Holt is the CEO of TradeWeb, and on Bloomberg Television this morning, he explained there are a couple of great reasons to get people back in the office, including culture and trust.
There's also been a reality that the density of a trading desk has always kind of worked in terms of how, the workflow of trading situations and the risk of trading situations have always occurred. There's been something about sort of eye-to-eye contact and the trust around eye-to-eye contact that has always been sort of first and foremost in terms of the habits of the Wall Street trader.
After earnings, Slack Technologies plunging 17.5%, Lululemon Athletica down by 6.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's check in with Jamie Schmidt. She's the founder of Schmidt's Natural. She joins us on the phone from Portland, Oregon, and she's got a new book out today. It's called Supermaker, Crafting Business on Your Own Terms. Jamie, this is one of these books that I feel like is so in the zeitgeist, as our colleague Tom Keene would say, because we're at this moment in this pandemic, in this time of unrest and uneasiness and existential crisis, I dare say, that we're all sort of thinking about these things. What made you write this book now?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me. My book is, really to tell the story of my own entrepreneurial journey building Schmidt's Naturals, and then selling it to Unilever, and understanding that I had so much knowledge to share with other entrepreneurs. So my goal with the book is, not just to tell the tale, but to offer tangible takeaway lessons for others looking to do the same. Started this brand in my kitchen. It really started as a hobby. I was on kind of a journey of self-discovery, trying to find happiness in my work. And I started playing around with natural product formulations, and I really enjoyed it. And I recognized there was a serious business potential in what I was doing. So my goal is to reach those people who are at that point where they, might be exploring a hobby, they have a creative outlet, and they want to scale it. It's also great for, businesses that are already launched and they're looking to, take it to the next level.
Well, how do you know you've got something that's not just, okay, it's going to sell at the farmer's market versus something that Unilever's going to actually purchase for a lot of money?
Yeah, good question. I mean, when I started the business, I absolutely had no plans of selling it, especially to a company like you. It wasn't in my thinking. I think it's really, a twofold answer. One piece, you have to love what you're doing. I think passion is really a key part of launching a business and, sticking around to get it. And without that, it's harder. It's hard to put yourself in fully if you don't know what you're doing. And then secondly, of course, is the customer. They want what you're making. And so I think with any new business, what's really key is to understand, is that customer need there? And that requires a lot of flexibility and an open mind. You might think you have a product that's going to sell, and then you take it to market and customers have a different reaction from what you're expecting. And so I think, staying agile and just being willing, to flex and shift gears is key.
Jamie, how did you know? I mean, I feel like what you were doing, and I know Jason probably feels the same way, because we have kids who, turn around ingredients, look at things, and they increasingly, we are doing the same thing. I care about where something's made, what's in it. How did you know that there was a market when you were doing this?
Part of it was a personal need. I was pregnant at the time, and I was, paying closer attention to products I was using on my skin, and that was really important for me to make sure that I was using on the most natural formulations. And I live in Portland, right? The crowd here is just really receptive to those types of products, and sort of ahead of the trends in terms of natural. And so it was a great place to build a business like that, because the community here wanted it. They're very discerning. They kept me on my toes. They'd ask questions about my suppliers and questions on my ingredients, and I had to make sure that I understood everything about my supply chain and where my ingredients were coming from, because they had high standards.
And so I have so many questions. We only have about a minute, and then we're going to take a break and come back. What was the breakthrough product for you?
The deodorant.
Yeah.
For sure. Yep. That's what we're most known for. The industry did it. There weren't any natural deodorants that people were happy with. They just weren't performing well, and it was time for a new one.
Yeah, it's so interesting that you say that, because Jason, I think you and I have talked about. I've just become a convert to. I don't want to be putting chemicals anymore, and especially including deodorant. I'm sharing TMI, maybe not, but I. And to have products that work. So I agree that you definitely
But the checking the labels too.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. And generationally. And I think once you start doing that, it's hard to be like, no, it's cool. Chemicals are awesome. Yeah, let's just go with it.
And I often will be reading things and putting them back on the counter.
All right, we're going to continue our conversation, because we do have a lot to talk about with Jamie Schmidt, founder of Schmidt's Naturals. Also talking about her book, Supermaker, Crafting Business on Her Own Terms. Really also want to talk about this investment firm that she has started, because, sort of being on the other side of the table, understanding how that works, the advice that you give when there's money attached, I think is a really interesting discussion to have as well. So we're going to do that just on the other side of a little bit of news, because it is a busy news day, as they tend to be, Carol.
Yeah, I love her VC fund. It's called Color, so we'll talk about that. Yeah, as you said, busy news day. So let's get back to World of Nat with Nancy Lyons. Oh, excuse me.
Ed Baxter.
Good
Lord.
I'm sorry, Ed.
Okay.
Sorry, Eddie.
No, settling for number 2 again. I'm sorry, guys. Britain's Prime Minister Boris Johnson has banned gatherings of more than 6 people in an attempt to fight COVID. Takes effect September 14th. And interestingly, police will have the power to break up gatherings and issue fines. President Donald Trump continues to tie a COVID-19 vaccine to Election Day, and that is met today by Dr. Anthony Fauci, who says it's not impossible, but it is unlikely. And any virus must be effective and safe, or it will do more harm than good. And as we've reported to you, AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccine phase 3 study has been put on hold. White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows is trying to clarify all of this.
We're in clinical 3 trials in a number of different, with a number of different vaccine manufacturers, and so you never know until those final trials come in.
Despite what the president says, ? Opening day of school for many districts around the country. In New Jersey,
388 schools are reopening with hybrid in-person and remote learning, 69 with all in-person learning, 238 are all remote until a certain date.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says safety protocols are in place. He adds that with a return of some limited indoor dining, the good news is that there's very few reported cases, he says, of knucklehead behavior. And meanwhile, in New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo says he's getting a grip on colleges.
Any school that goes over 100 COVID-19 positive cases has to report to the Department of Health immediately. And if they go over 100, then the school can be closed down to do remote learning.
In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter.
All right, Ed, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, fans of fine dining rejoice in New York City. EMP, it's coming back. 11 Madison Park, we're talking about. Daniel Hume, he was a guest on this show way back at the beginning, and I'm going to tell you, he did not sound optimistic in those moments, Carol. I mean, and I know I throw this term around a lot, and I was throwing it around earlier in an interview I'm going to bring you later this week. Existential. I mean, like there was angst there on a very deep level with him.
Well, that's what I was just going to go to. I remember, right, the both of us, it really struck him that he was like rethinking what he's doing, and this whole idea of expensive dining, exclusive dining, exclusionary dining, if you will, right? Because most people can't afford to go to 11 Madison Park.
Yeah.
And so really rethinking kind of what his mission was. So it's interesting to see that he's coming back. And I'm curious how he reshapes it maybe to kind of embrace some of those things that I think were brought to light, certainly for him because of the pandemic.
Yeah. And I think what you're going to see, it sounds like with a lot of these fine dining establishments, is a little bit of sort of high and low food to some extent. You know, even when we were talking with Danielle Boulou, you know, he was experimenting with sort of an outdoor cafe, you know, sort of a different sort of menu. I mean, I do remember one of the things Daniel Hume talked to us about was, you know, creating this sort of commissary kitchen and, you know, being able to provide not just fine dining takeaway, but to be able to provide much more affordable food. So I think the food scene is radically changed.
Well, it's interesting. He has said that the banks agreed that he would not have to pay back loans in the near future. Here's a quote from him. If you let your employees go and you don't have to pay rent and the bank loan, things are not that expensive anymore. You know, and, you know, kind of rethinking, though, how he does the business and brings it back. So I'm glad to hear this because we have been concerned about this community, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can, you know, if he can make a go of it. You know, maybe it sets a template of sorts. More to come with Jamie Schmidt. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story. AstraZeneca's U.S. traded shares, the ADR, is now down about 4.5% following a report that a study of the British drug maker's COVID-19 vaccine has been put on hold. Stat says that's because of a suspected serious adverse reaction in a participant in the United Kingdom. Slack Technologies reported quarterly billings that fell short of analyst estimates. Shares after hours plunging by about 18%. Also after earnings, Lululemon down 6.5%. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is banning gatherings of more than 6 people to fight COVID. Police will have the power to break up gatherings. A down day on Wall Street as the tech rout continued. S&P 500 index dropping 95 points, down 2.8%. Nasdaq plunged 465 points, down another 4.1%. Dow Industrials down 632, a drop of 2.2%. 10-year yield 0.68%. Got to stay tuned for Daybreak Asia to find out how those Asian markets react tonight. Gold, little change, 1932 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude plunged 7.6% today, $36.76 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. I want to get back to Jamie Schmidt, founder and former CEO of Schmidt's. It was a brand that was acquired by Unilever back in 2017. She's still with us from Portland, Oregon. She's also an investor with her fund Color, and she also runs a media company, Supermaker, where she's really helping other emerging and underrepresented entrepreneurs. So Jamie, tell us about kind of the role that you have today and how you're helping other entrepreneurs. You know, what are you doing? What are you looking for in a business to help support?
Yeah, with my investment fund Color, you know, our priority is really consumer packaged goods companies. That is where my expertise is. You know, it's the experience that I had built up from running Schmidt's. And it's something I'm really passionate about, and I know that I can, you know, help these brands. And so, you know, when I sold the company, acquisition happened, I really did take a step back and think, you know, what's next for me? Do I retire? You know, am I just completely removed from the scene, or can I do more, and where can I have greatest impact? And it didn't take long for me to understand that I could help, you know, and starting a fund was one of those ways. And, you know, with Color, we really do focus on represented entrepreneurs. That is at the forefront of the companies that we look to invest in. You know, I understand there's so much opportunity in those communities that gets overlooked. So leveling the playing field there is really important to me. And so that, you know, that's at the, that's one of our, I guess, one of my companies that I've launched since acquisition of Schmidt. And I also have Supermaker, like you said, the media company. And the goal there is to support other entrepreneurs who are looking to scale or start a business similar to how I did with Schmidt's Naturals.
And so, Jamie, as you've gotten deeper into the venture capital business, you know, this is something that we've talked a lot about over the last couple months on this program about the underrepresentation of women and minorities. It is structural, it feels like, and deeply structural. What happened, and what's the best way to solve that, other than, candidly, like creating your own fund like you did to sort of chip away at it?
Yeah, I think, you know, a big part of the problem is that, you know, these circles that a lot of investors play in just aren't diverse. And I think what's really key is just expanding those social networks and in networking, you know, and that's the best way to discover these new brands and founders. Also, you know, getting friendly with funds like Color. We can share deal flow, or, you know, we can join syndicates who do have diversity at the forefront of their missions. And the deal flow is there. You know, you just have to look for it. And I think, you know, a big part of it, too, is just where media is focusing their attention. You don't always hear about the women-led brands and founders, or those, you know, started by people of color. And so that needs to change. You know, there's certainly been progress there, but we do still see lists of, you know, top CEOs and most innovative leaders that really include only a small percentage of women or people of color. And I think also, you know, internally within these VCs, hiring more diverse fund managers would be key too.
Yeah, it's you know, we've had so many conversations, Jamie, you know, about people invest in what they're comfortable with and invest in people that they're comfortable with. And it often tends to be people like ourselves, or that that are just like you, or I don't mean you personally, but I mean, whoever's doing the investing. That's our comfort level. And I just think about the opportunities that as investors we're missing out, communities that we're missing out, marketplaces that we're missing out because we don't diversify those investments.
Right. Yeah. Not only is it the right thing to do socially, but economically it just makes sense. There's just so much opportunity there.
So what are the businesses that you're seeing? I do wonder in this environment too. What has, what kind of investments have you made? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. There's a lot of deal flow that crosses our desk. Really what I look for is, at the forefront is consumer goods. That's where I can have the most impact. But it has to be, a company is doing things differently. Every industry today has become so competitive. There's no shortage of new brands popping up every day. And so if you're launching a new product, it either has to look different, it has to have some sort of brand message or speaking points that don't yet exist on the market. And it's easy to launch a copycat brand, and I see a lot of that happening. Yeah. To really stand out to investors is just we need something that's done differently.
All right, so how do people find you?
Best way is, through Twitter, just Jamie Schmidt. My name's spelled Jaime. Through email, just be jamie@color.capital.
And so what's the most interesting thing, without giving away, like something that's in the pipeline? Like, what are some interesting things that you've seen that you thought, I didn't think about that from a consumer perspective? Because we are in this time where I feel like amid this pandemic, people have, maybe a little bit more time to think. They're not traveling as much. They're not doing as much. Like, how have people changed? And I would imagine you have an especially interesting perspective being there in Portland.
I think a big part of what I'm seeing that makes sense is products that people can make at home, for example. So maybe it's a restaurant, for example, that is putting on cooking lessons, or it's a local grocery store that has, these kits where you can take things home and make them yourself. So really kind of the DIY lifestyle, given the situation we're in with COVID, I think a lot of people are really embracing that, and brands that can respond to that are really at the forefront and really standing out.
I just want to, I'm looking at your portfolio of companies. Jason and I, we love wine, but we also love ice cream. I mean, is it Salt and Straw? I mean, it's just really cool that the companies, they definitely have a similar vibe where you're looking for, things that are out there, but with a different twist.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And the low alcohol beverages are a pretty strong trend right now too. And you can see we invested in the company House, and they're just doing things. They're just amazing. And we also are paying attention to how companies are responding during COVID. And one thing that they did was this restaurant project where they partnered with local restaurants, and all the proceeds from the sales of these limited edition flavors were going to the restaurants. And so, that's crucial right now. Like, what can you do to make a difference? Right. And, not only keep your own business afloat, but just really have change socially.
Yeah, very holistic view.
Holistic
all right,
companies.
Jamie Schmidt, thank you so much. Really nice to catch up with you. Congratulations, especially on the book. We want to mention that again, Supermaker, Crafting Business on Your Own Terms. It is fresh out from the founder of Schmidt's Naturals. She joined us on the phone from Portland, Oregon.
I like
Carol.
her approach. I like this idea of,
Love it.
Right, and I do believe that, there are better ways to do some of the things that we do in terms of services. And also
widen your
products.
Aperture, right?
Yeah,
Don't just be among the people who are like you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the way you really change the system and get rid of the systemic, bias that we see within our system. Tuesday. It's Tuesday, Lemon.
Yeah, we did it. One day down. Short week. Much more to come this week. We've got an exciting week. Some big interviews that we're going to unveil later in this week, both of us. So excited to bring you all that. For Carol Masser, I'm Jason Kelly. It's Bloomberg.
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with Dat Stick 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living in, baby gon' smell blood trail every minute, bro.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man, just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. And it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo,
this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for, independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son. Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs.?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
We've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that? Good. It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. Written out bigger on the board, thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify Route 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone it's a girl, Superwoman? I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time. My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room, they had no idea. Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone. Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short, don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man, but then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同志互联网公司。
about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh. But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time. My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room, they had no idea. Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone. Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oi Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up everyone, it's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers, it is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
You don't write about cars for a living without meeting some pretty interesting characters. So I'm circling back and getting cozy with some of my favorite automotive aficionados. We'll talk shop, luxury, and passion in a new series I call Crossing Lanes.
Well, good to see you again. What's it been, a couple of years, right?
I think a couple of years, yeah. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, there's a few new things. I brought something I think which could not be more Americana. This is a 1958 Imperial. Just the epitome of American optimism, that post-war, we won World War II, now we started a space program, all cars had fins and the Jetsons was coming on TV.
How many feet is this car?
I don't know, people lose count after a certain
after
number.
20 feet.
Yeah, they're sort of like dinosaurs from another era. This would sort of be the demographic car that I think the average TV viewer would remember. I mean, look how much room there is in this car. Just hilarious. I love how huge the gauges are. They're like giant pie plates. This was considered safety. This
Padded with leather.
Yeah, no great hurry to be safe. And the way you start is you turn the key and then you hit the neutral button. Everything is push button.
Yeah, people think that's a new car thing, but actually,
No.
old car.
If you can type, you can drive. Just press the button and you pull away. How many cars can you cross your legs in the front?
I mean, none, except for this. And I'm tall, too.
Comfortable car, isn't it? You don't get all wind blown.
You can have a conversation, even though we're so far apart.
You wonder how many 16-year-olds took their driver's tests in these big stupid
I
things.
mean, what about the parallel parking section?
Don't
that
even
would
think
be an
about
issue.
parallel parking.
So, what cars did you grow up idolizing when you were a young kid?
You know, when you grew up in a little town in New England, anything with less than 4 doors might as well have been a Ferrari. Nobody had cool cars. I was 9, 10 years old. I was riding my bicycle up a hill and I saw an old man polishing a 1951 Jaguar XK120 and I was fixated. He said, "Come on over, you want to sit in it?" It was unbelievable. I'd never seen anything like that. You have to remember, back in 59, 60, most car magazines were black and white. You didn't really get the sense of speed or excitement or anything from it.
Who taught you how to drive?
So many houses had abandoned cars in fields. And there was a 2CV in a field near my friend's house. And when we were kids, we'd go over there and work on it. And we got it running. And we were just driving around the fields all day. And our moms, you know, would sit at the kitchen window and watch us. Okay, I did all right.
Once you finally started making some real money, what did you finally buy as a special car purchase?
Well, the first car I bought when I came to California was my 55 Buick Roadmaster, which I still have. I got off the plane, I had no place to live, and in California, you need a car before you need a place to live. So I bought the 55 Buick for $350, and I lived in that, I slept in it. I met my wife in it, I got married in the car,
Wow.
drove the car to my first Tonight Show, and I still have it. That was a special car.
How would you define a luxury car?
Nobody does luxury like the French. The French put a premium on comfort while driving. The cars don't appear to be ostentatious or flashy, but they're exceptionally nice to drive and very, very comfortable. We Americans tend to confuse luxury with crashed, garish. I mean, look at Trump's apartment. Is sitting on a gold chair really comfortable? No, it's not luxury at all. It's like Oscar Wilde, you know, the price of everything, the value of nothing.
Well, have you ever paid more than you thought you should for something that you bought?
No, all I've done is buy too early. I see a lot of people, they buy something because they immediately think they're going to make a lot of money on it. Then when they find out it's not worth as much as they thought, now they hate the car. The most important thing is buy what you like.
Yeah.
And then worry about the price later. I don't mean that from like, oh, I'm so rich.
No.
Better off you pay a little bit more and buy something you truly enjoy.
Yeah.
You know.
If you were 21, 22, 23 now, would you still get into the business?
I always liked telling stories and doing
Yeah.
comedy. I mean, I always liked talking to people. So, yeah, I
That's a
figured
nice
I would.
fit.
You know, my dad sold insurance. And he became manager. And once a month, to motivate the men, he would put on some kind of goofy show, or he'd play like the Sinatra song, High Hopes, and he'd juggle. And so I thought, well, maybe I'll sell insurance because you get to do a show once a month. You know?
That is very interesting.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, Jay, it's been so great talking with you.
Yeah, it's always fun when you come by. We have fun. We have a good time.
Yeah.
And let's continue motoring.
Motoring. That's the proper term.
Mumbai can overwhelm you. For Indians, it's both New York and LA, Hollywood and Wall Street. It offers the sensory overload of the world's second largest country and intricate traditions crafted over millennia. It's a lot to take in if you only have a few days on this colorful but chaotic peninsula. I'm Nikki Eckstein, travel editor for Bloomberg Pursuits, and I'll show you how to make the most of Mumbai. India is outpacing a slew of Western destinations to become the world's 6th largest business travel market. And the Oberoi, a sleek oasis in the middle of all the action, is perfect for business travelers.
Good afternoon, welcome to Oberoi Mumbai. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. The staff is extremely thoughtful and detail-oriented.
Hi. Ma'am, welcome to the Oberoi. It's very refreshing in a weather like this. Why don't you have a sip?
Nowhere else have I been greeted with personally embroidered napkins and customized suites. Plus, the rooms are spacious, with comfortable beds and large work desks. Across the peninsula, you'll find the Gateway of India, Mumbai's most iconic monument. Though the city name was officially changed in 1995, most locals still call it Bombay. And just behind the Gateway is the Taj Mahal Palace, the city's most impressive hotel. If the Oberoi is all brains, the Taj is all beauty. As you wander the halls, you can feel the weight of Indian history, from the colonial styling to the modern-day masterpieces lining the hall. All the traffic and bustling markets in Mumbai can be dizzying, so yoga near the stunning pool offers a welcome respite.
Experience the luxury of this morning, so you can experience the complete vitality throughout the day.
When it comes to business dinners, head straight to the table, around the corner from the Taj. It's classy without being pretentious, and quiet enough for deal-making. That may be why the locals are obsessed with this spot. The menu is more trendy than traditional, with knockouts like sweet and sour Brussels sprouts and yellowfin tuna tataki. Plan to eat dinner late. 9 p.m. is standard. If you have a day off, escape the clamor of the city by hopping a ferry to Elephanta Island. Eventually, the city fades, and a sort of inner calm sets in. You'll be surrounded by sweet Indian children who toss snacks to flocks of seagulls that trail the boat. You can also hire a speedboat for about $500 to cut the journey from an hour to 25 minutes, but you'll miss the local color. On the island, you'll find a path with about 1,000 stairs and a handful of feisty monkeys. It leads to a series of amazing 5th century caves, lined with relief sculptures dedicated to the Hindu god of Shiva. If you can't make it across the water, you can stay right in the middle of Mumbai where there's plenty to see. Stop by a street-side coconut vendor. They're everywhere. And if you're still jet-lagged, the electrolytes will help. One of my favorite hole-in-the-walls in all of Mumbai is Shri Thakur Bhojanalaya. There's just one choice here: bright and flavorful Gujarati thalis, which are like all-you-can-eat sampler platters. The restaurant was passed down from father to son, and the son is very enthusiastic about his locally sourced cuisine. Since India has gone cashless, ask to add a 10% tip before settling the bill. You can also charge tips for bellhops and housekeeping back at the hotel. After lunch, hit the streets and find the perfect piece of India to take back home. D. Popley & Sons is a family affair where the owner keeps the real jewels hidden in the back room. The owner's son designs many of the pieces himself and sources the rest from Jaipur. Antiques are huge in India, but you can't take anything that's more than 100 years old out of the country. You can, however, pick up carved elephants and crystal drawer pulls salvaged from Maharaja palaces at Essages, just next door. Nearby at Phillips, I also found beautiful folk art figurines and an amazing vintage photo collection. For clothing, there's a great spot called Bungalow 8, hidden under the bleachers of Mumbai's biggest cricket stadium. It's tricky to find, but you'll be rewarded with the prettiest kaftans and block-printed scarves, all arranged by color. But back to business. If you have one last deal to close, head to Bombay Canteen. The menu is an ode to India's regional recipes and native ingredients, like red snapper ceviche in a kokum broth or Kashmiri lamb. And don't miss a drink at Air, the rooftop bar at the Four Seasons. Guest bartenders shake up some of the city's best sundowners. Go to make one last impression with colleagues. Or let Bombay make one last impression on you.
With SUVs growing in popularity, it only made sense to get some on this show. So in this review, we're going to compare 3 of the best rated luxury SUVs on the market. This isn't going to be easy. We've got our hands on an Audi Q5, a Porsche Cayenne GTS, and a BMW X5. I've decided to spend a day in the Hamptons with each of them to get an in-depth look. Now this is the Q5, it's Audi's mid-size SUV, and it starts at about $41,000, which is way more affordable than the other 2 cars that we're looking at. This is kind of like the iPhone of luxury SUVs. It's designed so well, but it's also affordable within the segment. This is a 4-cylinder, all-wheel drive, 7-speed automatic with paddle shifters, 252 horsepower, and there's no lag. Immediate power, immediate response. The minute you step on the gas, you're there. Q5 has by far the most futuristic interior of the 3 cars. It's minimal, it's clean. The sunroof spans the entire width of the ceiling. It's really cool. There's plenty of room for 5 adults, lots of headroom, but this is the smallest car of the ones that we're testing. The trunk is 29 cubic feet, which is in the middle of our range. A family on a trip might have trouble fitting everything in. There are other cars that are more powerful, that look more distinct, but it's also really affordable, and Audi has really kind of hit a sweet spot. So how did it add up? The immediate response really made me feel in control. The horsepower was a little weaker at 252, and the 22 mile per gallon means that this is in the middle of the road. Looks-wise, it was a bit conservative. It's the smallest of our 3, but with a sleek interior. And the pricing is the best at $41,000. Now this is the BMW X5 Hybrid. That means it gets 56 miles per gallon combined between the electric motor and the conventional engine. This car starts at $62,000, so it's right in the middle of our group. The electric motor and the engine switch off depending on what drive mode, how fast you're going, all of that. What you won't find out from the stats on the website is how big this car feels when you sit in it and how small it drives. It's a nice balance. So the interior, it's not as futuristic, it's not as clean and modern feeling, but it's also a little less full of buttons and levers and gauges. This does feel like it's the roomiest of the 3. I think a lot of it has to do with the natural light. The most visibility for sure. And with the seats in use, the trunk still comes up with nearly 36 cubic feet, which is massive. To recap, the handling was exceptional. 308 horsepower is middle of our range, and an amazing 56 miles per gallon with the combined electric motor. It was sporty without being over-aggressive. The roomiest, but with a toned-down interior. And at $62,000, it's mid-range for our selection. Now the third car in our group is the Porsche Cayenne GTS. This is a higher tuned version of Porsche's Cayenne, and it starts fittingly at $97,000. That's by far the most expensive of any car of our group, and it's also the most powerful. Porsche was among the first of the luxury car makers to introduce an SUV. It really sets the standard for a lot of things. The engine here is a 3.6-liter V6 twin turbocharged engine. 440 horsepower, almost double the horsepower of the Audi, 443 foot-pounds of torque, and you definitely feel it when you push the gas pedal. The thing that you notice are the buttons and levers and knobs and vents. So if you're someone who likes this cockpit stuff to play with, you're gonna love this car. This trunk was actually the smallest at 24 cubic feet, but after you put the seats down, you'll get by. It drives fast, it feels really luxurious inside, it's really striking to look at, it just costs a lot of money. Okay, this car was the most powerful. 440 horsepower, 434 foot-pounds of torque. Unfortunately, only 19 miles per gallon combined. This is a true sports car in SUV form. It had decent space and the interior was loaded with gadgets. But the downside, I'd say, is price. $97,000 means this car will dig deep into your wallet. The luxury SUV segment is a competitive field. There are a lot of really confident players, and these three are all excellent vehicles. However, after 3 days of driving, I felt the BMW checked the most boxes in terms of performance, agility, style, and value. Was it the fastest or the most powerful? No. But it was the most versatile while moderately priced for a luxury SUV. With the largest interior, the most visibility, and the fact that it's a hybrid with a 56 miles per gallon rating, that just pushes it over the edge. This car has a great value and anyone would be happy to have it.
The perfect sports car should combine sexy good looks with nimble steering, aggressive power, and a high-quality cabin. It'll be expensive, but not so pricey that it's out of reach for everyone. Porsche, Mercedes, and Jaguar have 3 of the top sports cars on offer today. But which is the best for you? Let's get the numbers out of the way. All 3 cars have impressive stats. The Porsches come just slightly behind the Benz and the Jag, but each is a thrill to drive in its own way.
This is the 2017 Porsche 911 Carrera Cabriolet. The engine in this is a 420 horsepower, 6-cylinder boxer engine mounted in the rear. This is Porsche's famous engine. It's difficult to describe the feeling when you get behind the wheel. This is where that mystical Porsche X factor comes in. The rear-wheel drive on 20-inch Carrera S wheels and Porsche torque vectoring grip the road better than any other model in our group. The AMG GTS is faster and more fun to drive than any other Mercedes. I think it feels like a rocket ship. This car has a lot to offer. It has that amazing V8 engine, it has the horsepower, it has the torque. Of course, if you're not careful, the rear-wheel drive AMG will fishtail forward with a mind of its own. That said, it's amazing in a straight line.
This is the two-door coupe Jaguar debuted in 2015 as a way to get back in the game. And the company did it with flying colors.
The handling is great. I mean, this car is so perfectly balanced. It's really a treat to drive, especially on windy roads.
The torque that you feel when you drive it is the most impressive of the group. But it's not as connected to the road as the 911, nor as smooth as the AMG. It is tight when it comes to steering and braking. The 911 is eminently recognizable, yet after all these years, it still impresses. The front end is flirtatious, the rear is muscly, and the headlights are friendly. This is Mercedes' bad boy halo car meant to recall the glorious Gullwing SL that Mercedes made in the 1960s. The idea is that its sexy allure will attract young new fans to the brand.
This is the car you want to get to make a really loud statement.
The Jag is all muscles and roar, punched up at the seams like a football player. If you kind of like a hunky mass of metal and gears under your foot, this one is the car for you. Porsche was the first sporting brand to introduce the PDK paddle shift technology, which is quicker and better for city driving than the manual. There is also a back seat in this option, something the other two don't have.
Now, I don't know if you'd put anybody in that backseat except for maybe your dog or someone you don't like, but it is back there and you can use it in a pinch.
Inside, I loved how the Mercedes looks. It has crazy octopus-like round dials all the way through the center and the dash, and everything felt thick and rich. There is plenty to see inside the Jaguar. Lots of loud blue stitching, performance seats, and even a handle for the front passenger to hold onto for dear life. This is the least well done of our three when it comes to interior quality and design, but it's still pretty great. The bottom line? You can't go wrong with any of these incredible machines. But if you want the whole package at the best value, the 911 is the clear winner. Sure, it's not as aggressive looking as the AMG, and it has less power than the Jag. But its incredible connection to the ground, its cozy perfect German handling, its superior suspension, and its minimal but quality interior mean the 911 Carrera S Cabriolet more than stands its ground. word Ferrari, you probably think fast, sleek, or maybe risque. What you don't think is practical. And Ferrari is not the first car you think to take to pick up your Christmas tree. But that's exactly what I did. I drove a Ferrari GTC 4 Lusso 2 hours outside of New York City to Barclays, a 4th-generation orchard and tree farm. I wanted to test out Ferrari practicality.
Welcome to Barclays Tree Farm. I'm Steve Barclay.
I'm Hannah Elliott.
Nice to meet you. Should go find your perfect tree?
Let's do it.
Excellent.
What kind of trees are these?
We've got Douglas fir and Norway spruce in here.
This looks great.
So this is the one,
Yeah,
huh?
I like it. It's good.
Okay, let's do it.
There's not exactly enough room in the back for a tree, but the Lusso has all you need for this errand. It's a 4-seat hatchback that Ferrari debuted last year. Plus, the Lusso has something really helpful, practical even. It's higher off the ground than a standard Rari. Getting in and out wasn't the usual awkward struggle I often have with low sports cars. I would even call this shockingly drivable.
This is the perfect Ferrari for people who love to drive. And I know that sounds crazy because it's the hatchback Ferrari, but the thing about the car is it has a V12 680 horsepower engine on all-wheel drive. That means it has the beating heart of a Ferrari track car that will compete with anything from Lamborghini, McLaren, built into this package that is totally functional.
And an elaborate traction and stability system in the rear that Ferrari calls thrust vectoring. Basically, it smooths out the car's response to unstable conditions like snow, ice, or bumpy roads.
I mean, I had this buying holiday decorations at Target. We had the tree on the top. I had this in snow and slush and ice, and it performs so well.
Inside, the front feels like a very luxurious cockpit, which makes sense after all, the word lusso means luxury in Italian. The back is spacious enough for a couple of adults, and it roars from 0 to 62 in 3.4 seconds. Top speed is 208. So what gives? Why did Ferrari make a practical car? Well, to hold on to its most loyal fans. Now, there are rumors that Ferrari will unveil an SUV in 2018, but until then, it hopes to keep Ferrari customers in the family with the Lusso. So hang on, Ferrari fans. Next year, maybe Santa will leave a prancing pony SUV in the driveway. Until then, the Lusso will do. Wow, this is a Callaway Corvette Aerowagon. It is the most powerful car made in the US, period. It's supercharged with the supercharger pushing up all the way through the hood. 757 horsepower, this car will go from 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds, which is nuts. So let's put it to the test. I'm going to head out to Rockaway for lunch, and we'll see what this beauty can do. So Callaway, the very same name that engineers golf clubs, modifies these Corvettes. And in this Aerowagon, the main upgrade is the supercharged engine, and it's so fast.
The fuel efficiency is 27 miles per gallon at speed on the highway. That's like prime optimum conditions. But it's still pretty incredible considering most cars with 757 horsepower get like 12 to 13 miles per gallon.
So the Aerowagon part of the Callaway Corvette is totally new this year. It's a huge departure from what a typical Corvette looks like, and that's by design. The trunk is enormous, and that's what you're really getting by choosing to have this option. The interior is just like the regular Corvette that you'd buy directly from GM. It's very much like a cockpit. So the Belt Parkway isn't exactly the Autobahn, but I was able to get a feel for the strength of the supercharger, and I made it down to Rockaway Beach in no time flat.
Anna!
The starting price is about $130,000. The money goes toward the engineering that makes this car so powerful and fast. But still, that is so much cheaper than what you might find at Ferrari or McLaren or Lamborghini. This can keep up with all of those cars, and it's far less expensive. Sometimes I don't trust love at first sight, not even when a car looks this good. So I decided to put the Tesla Model X through its paces for 5 days in the mountains along the California coast. I needed to know, was this just a crush or a lasting love affair? I first drove the $151,000 SUV briefly in Los Angeles last year, and at the time thought it was one of the best cars I'd ever tested. But a 340-mile road trip can make or break any relationship. One push of the button and the Model X will automatically route your trip according to where the superchargers line up. It probably won't be the fastest route, but you know you won't run out of juice. We were on our way. It was the start of something beautiful. The seats are situated high inside, but they're easy to access, even the back row. And the interior cabin is so quiet I could hear crickets chirping outside as I drove, with the windows up. The car has almost no body roll around corners, and it handled beautifully on a sandy beach. I will say that the battery gauge can be deceiving. It doesn't decrease at a stable rate, so you can jump down in range a lot quicker than you expect. We left this morning with a full charge, and we've been driving for 4 hours or so, so we're down to about 77 miles on the battery. So I asked the car to find us the closest supercharger, and we're driving there now, and we should get there in about 12 minutes. Turns out I had some major time to kill. Hey, Grandma. Oh, nothing much. How are you? Back on the road, I could focus on the feel of the all-wheel drive, test the 3.2-second 0 to 60 mile per hour sprint time, and the 762 equivalent horsepower. It feels really fast when you push down the gas pedal. The brakes are regenerative, so you have to get used to their different feel. I never really did. And the automatic front doors can be tricky. They open when you least expect it. At the end of this trip, I realized the real question here is not, should you buy this car, but do you want to join the electric lifestyle? You really do feel virtuous when you drive it. No fossil fuels here. But owning an electric car saps your time and energy if you're not deliberate about charging. It makes it harder to be spontaneous and free. And you have to be okay with giving up the raw, pure feeling of driving a mechanical car. But if you are that kind of driver, the kind that wants to be on the cutting edge of luxury and technology, you're going to fall in love.
The season is upon us, and everyone, including me, is thinking about what to pour for all those holiday gatherings. Hi, I'm Aileen McCoy, here to talk about the holidays and wine. I've picked 3 under $30. Yes, $30. The first wine is a white. It's the 2016 Abbazia di Novicella Kerner, and it costs only $20. Kerner is an exotic white varietal, but what you really need to know is that translates into deliciousness. This wine is also from an unusual varietal, and unusual, obscure varietals are really in right now. It has fantastic aroma. It has lovely zingy fruit flavors, which are very bright and crisp, so that you feel the wine is bigger, richer, and will go with something that is really quite serious in terms of food. Now we're ready for the red. It's the 2014 Chateau Cartier from Saint-Emilion in Bordeaux, and it costs $27. Classic Bordeaux's do not all cost $100 and up and have to be aged for decades. This is made from 100% Merlot. It's ready to drink right now. Let's taste. It has lovely plum and cassis aromas, just the way a Bordeaux is supposed to, and charming fruit that's really delicious, along with silky tannins. Because it's so fruity and easy to drink, it will go with everything from roast turkey with dressing to a juicy prime rib, and it's perfect for white wine snobs to sip at a cocktail party. Now for the best, the sparkling wine. This is the Schramsberg Mirabelle Brut from California, and it's only $25. It's a blend of Chardonnay and Pinot Noir, and it was aged in 19th century caves on Diamond Mountain. Now let's pop the cork. Bubbles are essential for the holidays and look festive in a glass. The smell of this wine is like just baked brioche, and the flavors are lemony tart and so refreshing. Keep a few bottles in the fridge for when friends stop by or when you need to perk yourself up while you're cooking. Cheers.
When you hear the word Ferrari, you probably think fast, sleek, or maybe risque. What you don't think is practical. And Ferrari is not the first car you think to take to pick up your Christmas tree. But that's exactly what I did. I drove a Ferrari GTC 4 Lusso 2 hours outside of New York City to Barclays, a 4th-generation orchard and tree farm. I wanted to test out Ferrari practicality.
Welcome to Barclays Tree Farm. I'm Steve Barclay.
I'm Hannah Elliott.
Nice to meet you. Should go find your perfect tree?
Let's do it.
Excellent.
What kind of trees are these?
Oh, we've got Douglas fir and Norway spruce in here.
This looks great.
So this is the one,
yeah,
huh?
I like it. It's good.
Okay, let's do it.
There's not exactly enough room in the back for a tree, but the Lusso has all you need for this errand. It's a 4-seat hatchback that Ferrari debuted last year. Plus, the Lusso has something really helpful, practical even. It's higher off the ground than a standard Rari. Getting in and out wasn't the usual awkward struggle I often have with low sports cars. I would even call this shockingly drivable.
This is the perfect Ferrari for people who love to drive. And I know that sounds crazy because it's the hatchback Ferrari, but the thing about the car is it has a V12 680 horsepower engine on all-wheel drive. That means it has the beating heart of a Ferrari track car that will compete with anything from Lamborghini, McLaren, built into this package that is totally functional.
And an elaborate traction and stability system in the rear that Ferrari calls thrust vectoring. Basically, it smooths out the car's response to unstable conditions like snow, ice, or bumpy roads.
I mean, I had this buying holiday decorations at Target. We had the tree on the top. I had this in snow and slush and ice, and it performs so well.
Inside, the front feels like a very luxurious cockpit, which makes sense after all, the word lusso means luxury in Italian. The back is spacious enough for a couple of adults, and it roars from 0 to 62 in 3.4 seconds. Top speed is 208. So what gives? Why did Ferrari make a practical car? Well, to hold on to its most loyal fans. Now, there are rumors that Ferrari will unveil an SUV in 2018, but until then, it hopes to keep Ferrari customers in the family with the Lusso. So hang on, Ferrari fans. Next year, maybe Santa will leave a prancing pony SUV in the driveway. Until then, the Lusso will do.
The design of this soy sauce bottle goes back to 1945 in Japan. A teenager named Kenji Ekwan had witnessed the aftermath of the atomic bomb falling on his hometown Hiroshima and was mourning the loss of his sister and father. After seeing the devastation, Ekwan's path changed. He first enrolled as a Buddhist monk, following in the footsteps of his father, but instead he decided to become a creator of things and bring happiness to people. As a young designer, Ekwan got a contract to design a tabletop soy sauce bottle for food company Kikkoman. Soy sauce is a must for Japanese meals, but it was originally sold in big bottles that were hard to hold. It took Ekwan 3 years and about 100 prototypes to complete the design in 1961. The result is a small glass bottle with a narrow neck, a shape reminiscent of traditional Japanese sake flasks. It allows you to see how much sauce is left. It's stable on surfaces and comfortable to hold. The inward angle of the tip of the spout is also perfect at preventing drips and controlling flow. The design of the little soy sauce bottle was just the start of Ekwan's great journey. He also went on to create other icons of Japanese design. In Japan, Ekwan has become almost as recognizable as his bottle, and 50 years later still appeared in commercials for the soy sauce. Today, the bottle can be found on the tables of homes and restaurants in more than 100 countries. And in 2015, the bottle was even exhibited at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Simple but elegant, this is the design made to create a small moment of happiness.
without you even knowing it. The design of this shoe starts in Oregon in 1981, and with a man called Tinker Hatfield. He was an architect for Nike, hired to draw up offices and showrooms on the company's campus. After making a statement on the outside of the buildings, he was asked to join the designers on the inside. In a race to develop sneakers, a former NASA engineer had recently introduced the idea of sealing air bubbles in the soles for extra comfort and performance. But competition was fierce, and Nike still needed an edge. Hatfield headed to Paris in search of inspiration. While he was there, he visited the Pompidou Center, a radical building famous for its inside-out design, which exposed the building's components, like escalators and heating pipes, for everyone to see. Hatfield decided to apply the same principle to his own design, revealing the inner workings of his shoe by making the air cushioning system visible. The marketing team thought the air bubble would seem like a weakness, but the Nike Air Max 1 was an instant hit when it launched in 1987. Originally, pairs sold for $75. Now they go for double that. Today, Tinker Hatfield is one of the most successful shoe designers in the world. He even created those legendary self-lacing sneakers of Back to the Future fame. Stylish and innovative, this is the design that stayed one step ahead, simply by being turned inside out.
Don't be that guy burning money by overpaying for your car insurance. There's no reason when there's thezebra.com. The Zebra compares car insurance quotes from top providers.
They do all the work for me.
Yep, save time and money.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
London, it's easy to recognise. But look closely at a map. In the very centre, there's a 1 square mile cutout. This is the City of London, which lives in a city named London. The city has its own mayor, laws and police force. In fact, it behaves more like a separate country within the United Kingdom. This is because the city's been around for much longer than the UK. It was built by the Romans and has remained semi-autonomous ever since. To embody its fiery independence, the city's emblem is a dragon, not a bad choice. You'll spot these statues. They guard the boundary of the square mile. Nowadays, the city's arguably the financial capital of the world. And London is the world's biggest foreign exchange market. But the city has a tiny residential population. Every weekday, workers flood into the banks, law firms and offices which fill the square mile. But it's not all work. This is 1 p.m. You might say no surprise here, city workers having a drink, but attitudes are changing. The legendary long lunch at the pub is now seen as a bit of a macho relic. In 2017, Lloyd's of London, the legendary insurance market, told its employees the party's over, no more drinks during office hours. But as you can see, not everyone got the memo. Because here's the rub of it, the city had a bit of a reputation. When the after-work crowd go home, the place becomes a ghost town. But that's changing. And leading the way are some high-flying dining spots. Sitting on top of the Heron Tower is the Duck and Waffle. It offers 24/7 service with a hell of a view. This is about as refined as a 24-hour Waffle House gets. But the most talked about new guest, who's reinventing the city's reputation, is called the Ned. Over £500 million has been spent turning this old bank into a private members club and hotel. With 8 restaurants in the lobby and a bar that stays open till 4 a.m, the Ned's injected some late-night atmosphere into the city. This is, after all, the oldest part of London, and following an injection of fun and flavour, it's throwing down a challenge to the rest of the city and shaking off its stuffy reputation.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up.